Hello, welcome back. We are back in the peg, having fished 3 or 4 swims down this left-hand bank with the lures to no effect. As we came, interestingly, as we came back round to the peg, when we just got past the corner of the bay, there was a ripple and a fish movement. As for what that fish, I don't know. What it was, I don't know. But there was definitely a movement in the water, as if we were spooking a fish as we were coming back round. So I have tried to cast it down this left-hand side as good as I can. It was still quite tricky. So just the sheer weight of the dead bait plus the lead. So I've changed it to a 2-ounce lead. Which isn't going to make much of a difference, and I think next time I bring it in, time is now just before 12, next time I bring it in I will cut the dead bait down. I'll put a fresh dead bait on and I'll cut it down so it's smaller. The float I've cast out towards that willow tree that you can see, that weeping willow tree. And I'm running out of tea. Oh, the sun's out. And that's clearly on the bottom, that dead bait. The float is completely over. So we tried to cast it towards that bank. It's drifted around a little bit to the right. I'm not too sure why. There's a bit of a bow in the line, but I wouldn't expect that's enough to move the dead bait. I'm not worried. Well, I say I'm not worried. I'll just check that it's a bit of a bow. Yeah, I think the dead bait's still on there. That reel's making a bit of a funny noise. I think you might have to take that spool off and have a little look. Huh? What's that? What are you after? Oh, do I want food? Yeah, absolutely. Nothing like a packet of hula hoops. Do I have with my tea? Is that you're leaving me this food? You're leaving me this food supply? Yeah, I don't know if there was a fish up in the margins to the left that I spooked. The difficulty that I've got is being able to cast a bait up there. I think next time actually I might trim the bait down and just take the lead off. You know, the dead bait will sink, so I might just cast it in on its own. I'm looking forward to that rod on the right going again though. Just want to see that float go under. I'm actually thinking I'm using this sliding 14. So despite earlier, now it feels like it's warmed up a degree. I can see a little bit of blue sky. Maybe that change in temperature might cause a positive reaction in the fish. It could be the situation where there might be a lot of... Well, we cast in, did it? Nice. Can I get myself one of them chocolate rice cakes? Short chuck to this, I guess it's this bank. There's an overgrown tree. Looks like it could hold more fish, if that's what's required. But I'm still confident in this area. But patience is required, I think. Internet connection is struggling a little bit, I think. Hopefully the upload's still okay though. Keep the stream going. Fishing today at Orchid Lakes. Oh, left-hand rod is bleeping and moving. Okay. Okay, it is bleeping, it is moving. So there's no debate about what this could be. It could only be a pike. I don't know if you can see that. Just going to see if we can catch something more positive. That was a couple of bleeps up and a couple of bleeps down. I'm not prepared to hit that kind of thing, so we're just going to wait. Anticipation is high now. Could be our first potential good pike run we've ever had at Orchid Lakes in Dorchester. I'm just looking at the line. The line is slackish to the top of the rod. I am looking for something more positive than that before I choose to pick that rod up. So we're just going to put that down. And prepare for action. Just going to take it off the bobbin. And I've just opened the bail arm. Oh, it's slackened right off now. So that could be a drop back pike. So I'm going to try and wind down and hit it. I'm going to wind down, wind down, wind down. And I've struck into it. And there's no fish. Okay. So I was convinced there that we had a good drop back bite that was worth striking, which we did. Just going to re-hook that in again. The fish is starting to become a bit manky, I think I would describe that. Maybe good for another cast, but maybe not more. So here we go again, trying to get it as far into that corner as I can. Oh, that's a bit of a tangle. Some new line on the reel yesterday. It's not bedded down brilliantly yet, but that's all good. Oh, okay. A little disappointing. Yeah, Mike, you've just 2 hours of no particular action, and then I think we can definitely classify that as a take. Pike, you have to give them quite a while to get that big dead bait in their mouths and turn it around so they can swallow it. We had the rig tightened up, and we had two bleeps on the bobbin as the line was going out, and the line dropped back, then it tightened, then it dropped back. I took the bail arm off so there was least resistance as possible. And there was a visible drop back as if the fish had grabbed the bait and was swimming towards us. So I wound down and I struck, but there was no fish there. So it's back in that same area, and it's only been out there for 20 minutes. So now I'm buzzing with some excitement and expectation that may go again relatively quickly. I'll tell you, we're going to move this other camera. Rose, can you just check that this camera points at the bobbin? Is that a good angle for that other one? And then I'll switch that over. We'll switch the scene over to be bobbin cam, I think we'll call it. There we go, bobbin cam. So if the fish grabs the bait and swims away from us, it will pull line. That orange bobbin that you can see on the main camera shot will go upwards, and the bait alarm will make bleeps, beep, 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 beep. That's how that sort of works. If it swims towards us, those bobbins aren't that heavy, but the bobbin should drop down and still beep, beep, beep. So it works if the fish swims towards or away. I don't... Huh? No, thanks. I don't feel that it's in the greatest of places. Yeah, it's a good sign. It's our first time. It's our first, yeah, you see the bow in the line, it's pulling it. I don't know how it's pulling it that far, but it is pulling it. It's our first time having a serious attempt at pike fishing. I've got a decent set of carp rods, reels, so it's not a lot of effort to turn carp fishing gear into pike fishing gear, so that's all done. And yeah, there's pike up to 30 pounds in this lake, so any potential bite could be an absolute monster of a fish. The float on the other rig is drifting a long way. I'm going to recast it. Don't know why. It shouldn't be able to drift that far, but it is. I'm just going to recast this one as much as I can out towards that reed bank on the left. The rig here is slightly different. Huh? Yeah, it's got blood coming out of it, son. Can you jump up before this? So, get that back out. We don't need to put the bobbin on. We've got a huge float on that other rod. And I think maybe it's drifting the bait around, so I'm not going to pull it out next time because the bait was still attached. I don't mind if that bait is being suspended in the water and it's drifting its way round. I think we'll just let it drift its way around this time. It's no biggie.
It's already moved.
Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, something is happening, so it is good. I think I'll just move that. Camera. The only thing on my mind is when I've just recast that into that corner of the lake. I'll just I'll show you. So I'm casting into the corner of the lake. The lake ends here. Instead of it being along this margin, which is where I think I want it, it's more in the middle here. And I think I need it either further towards these reeds, or I need it along these reeds. I think in this bit in the middle here might be not quite right. It might not be quite right. So we will go back to this camera set up for a minute. I think it's nice. You can see the rods. And you'll certainly see me jump up if it screams off. But I think that was our first pike take, fishing with dead baits. Maybe we should have left it a bit longer, I don't know. When the line went all slack, I was comfortable that...
Went over.
Hmm?
Loads went over.
The float?
Just went over.
What does went over mean?
Went over.
Oh, it's lying flat. So yeah, but now the confidence is high. Well, in terms of the rigs, the rigs are very simple. I've got a rod and a reel with 15-pound line to a wire trace. From terms of the rig, it is simple. And down the local tackle shop and buy some dead baits. Cut the tail off and then put the treble hooks in the bait and sling it out. So from that aspect, it is super simple. So the question becomes, where do you sling it out? And the purpose of the process elimination is, where are the fish sitting already, and or where are they patrolling that would be a good place to put our bait so it's in the way, you know. Placing your bait is the equivalent of deciding where to build your McDonald's, you know, a little bit in this type of fishing. Okay, single bleep on the left rod, but it's wind orientated. The bobbin's swinging around, so no excitement there. You've got an hour before you get picked up. So yeah, it's a little bit chuck it in, but you know, then people, you know, and I'll be very happy with this, you know, where you chuck it makes a big difference. So you've got to try different spots. I'm recasting the rods every hour, and try to, you know, work it out. First one was towards the willow, or between the two willows. Can you chuck the lure down there? Yes, you can, as long as you don't hook me or the rod. Me primarily. End up with a set of trouble hooks in my face in a minute. I'm worried about. So that's a floating lure. So you wind and it goes down, then you stop winding and it works its way back up to the surface. But only a couple of chucks done, alright? It causes a lot of disturbance in the swim. So yeah, you know, where the fish want to be becomes quite important. And I chucked it towards the willows. Then I chucked it further to the left. Now I'm trying to chuck it even further to the left, up towards the bank. If I can't get it in tight enough there to the left, I am tempted to try and put one to that far bank. So I think, as much as I want to see that float go under, I think if I have another hour and I don't get anything on the float, I will change that to be another bottom-based rig, casting over towards those reeds on the far bank. I will go and put another line over there. I wouldn't. I think it's too close, Lewis, between where we're trying to catch on that pike float. No, son, you can't wander off without nets and mats. It's a far cry from fishing for F1s, getting a bite every 2 minutes. How many packets of hula hoops did you take? I don't need 3. I'm fine. Thank you. I think we've stolen the whole hula hoop supply from the house today. So yeah, I think if we cast this left-hand rod again, casting the left-hand rod again, I will take the lead off. I don't need an extra 2.5 ounce of weight. I can just cast it on the left. Looks like the local bailiffs are wandering round. Say hello. Or a couple of day ticket anglers. So we've got a bit of time. We don't have to be off the venue till 6, although we've been here for 3 hours fishing now. That time's gone really quickly. But we've got another good few hours. So that float on the right hand side that's got the dead bait is just sort of drifting, drifting across. Yeah, it's 2 of the bailiffs for the venue just wandering around. It's a very nice venue, very clean. I'm really impressed with it, actually. I would hate that this pike fishing session ends with that single take that didn't quite happen, but even if it does, I'm certainly keen to come back and try again. It'd be fantastic to get a large pike out of this venue. Might start a little side career in pike fishing. Yeah, everything's catch and release, Mike. This is predominantly a carp venue. It's a place called Orchid Lakes in Dorchester. It has multiple fish over 40 pound, which are huge. So carp over 40 pound. There's, I think, 30 fish over 30 pound, which are just massive. The biggest carp I've ever caught fishing club waters and a few places is probably just under 20 pounds. But I think there's about 30 swims on this lake, and they're massive, great double swims. They're designed for people to come carp fishing, stay a couple of nights, bring their bivvies, get all their gear, and have a great trip out of it. Yeah, the float is moving. It's obviously dragging that bait along. It could just be tow on the lake, There's a bit of wind and that tow will come across here even though you don't see it and move that water, and that water may be moving that dead bait. It doesn't look to me like it's suspending that dead bait, but so yeah, it's a carp water. It's got a lot of big pike in it, and all of the other coarse fish in here are, I'm told that they're of huge proportions to the fish I'm used to catching. I normally catch bream of 3 pounds, 5 pound will be a good bream. I'm told they're double figures in here, 10 pound plus. Tench pushing 10 pound. And on the basis of that, I expect that there's roach. I'd expect it to have 2 pound roach, and I would expect it to have 4 pound perch. So we'll see. I'm going to fish. It's only 15 minutes from my house, so I'm going to fish it quite a lot this season. It's a day ticket venue. We might do some night fishing on it, which I think will be great. We'll do a late night stream. And there's another lake, a smaller lake that they call the Club Lake, which isn't currently open, which has got some monster fish in it, including catfish. And I'm told those catfish go somewhere between 40 to 80 pound, which would just be insane, but completely plausible. Catfish have no natural predators. Not even cormorants want to eat catfish. So I can absolutely believe there's a couple of massive catfish just sitting in that lake, just scooping up everything they want. So we plan to fish this big lake and I plan to spend some time fishing the little club lake, as they call it. It's quite a big venue. We'll have to think how we approach it. The water is crystal clear, so some cloudy ground bait is definitely going to be on the agenda. And I'll spend a bit of time understanding where the carp anglers fish, because that's where they'll be putting their bait, and that's where the other fish will come and, mop up. So let's see. I am thinking that should I give that 5 more minutes, bring it back in, put a new bait on it, and cast it out without the lead? Or do I leave it? That bait's now completely defrosted. It's oozing juices into the swim. The pike can smell that. And I should just leave it for longer. I'm definitely thinking about changing that float, though, to a lead and chucking it to that far bank. Towards that crease of that willow and those reeds. The other thing I wanted to do was to chuck these 2 tails, the bit that we cut off earlier, so I can see that one that we had there. Just going to chuck those in the margins and see if they disappear. Right, 12:25. I kind of like the way that float's drifting though, as long as that bait's still on. I am surprised it's drifting that much though, because it wasn't drifting at all earlier, was it? Yeah, in a minute. So, bring that one in, try and recast it back to those reeds. That rod. Bring the float one back in, recast it to the reeds. Or should I cast it more towards to the ducks? If the bait's still on.
No, but the ducks would probably scare fish away.
No, ducks won't scare fish away. No, fish are used to ducks. So, cast it towards the ducks if it's still on. We'll try again to cast it towards the reeds. What's the thoughts? Okay. Something is underneath that spool. I need to check that out. Still on there, the dead bait. Okay, so we just recast the right hand rod. I'll probably cast it to the same spot. So we've got a simple sliding float rig on the right hand side rod.
That isn't a massive basket.
Yeah, true. So we've got a set of treble hooks with a bead, sliding float running up to another bead with a float stop, with the view that if the bait's on the bottom, the float will just sit laying flat, and then if a pike grabs it, we'll see the float either go across the top of the water or just go straight under. One of those two things. And on the left hand rod, we're just fishing a bottom rig. So we've got a set of treble hooks to a bead with a running lead. With a running ring, I think it's called. So it's the lead's not attached directly to the line, it's on a clip. So you've got a much less resistant method of attaching it. The line runs freely through it, so the fish doesn't feel any resistance when it picks the bait up. That's the whole principle there. Running rig, I think that's what it's called, yeah. I just feel that float should be in that little bit of bay, but I think fish going to the right could become a bit troublesome with these overhanging branches. So we'll leave that float out. I'm going to give that float another half an hour. If there's no action, I'm going to change it and cast it over to that far bank. And I'll also recast this left-hand rod in half an hour. I'm going to take the lead off and just cast the fish on its own, which will reduce the weight, which should mean I can cast it a bit further because it's a bit too heavy at the moment. Finish off these rice cakes. So back to the the anticipation of another take on these dead baits. To see that float go under, I think would be great today, and to get another run on the left hand rod would also be great. The more I look at that float, the more I wonder if it's bobbing unnaturally in the wind. Hmm?
You could always strike it.
Oh no! If a pike takes it, I expect it will be doing this. I expect it literally will be, going across the top of the water. Clearly with the fish grabbing it and running away.
Why would it run away if it's dead?
No, the pike. So the pike's going to grab the dead bait.
They can just stay there and chill.
Yeah, or they'll grab it and swim away.
Yeah, but they can see it's dead, so they won't swim away.
Right? Yeah. So the pike, I don't expect the pike's going to stay where it is. So, we'll see that float clearly going across the top of the water, or it will disappear. So, I think we'll see either way. But we've done, well, one packet. If I change the baits, we've done a packet of bait. We've got 2 more packets of bait.
Wouldn't the pike try to get one of the ducks?
A pike can eat baby ducks for sure. And I don't know what, I must confess, son, I don't know what a 30-pound pike is eating for lunch, and whether a 30-pound pike is going to attack a mallard. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me it would.
So I'm thinking that where the ducks are, there's no pike.
Well, the water is crystal clear, but I don't think the ducks look for pike to decide where they want to go. I think they probably go where they want regardless of where the pike are. Yeah, I watched that float and it's moving in the wind, but it moves quite a bit.
There's Bobby.
Huh?
There's Bobby.
Where's...
It is Bobby.
Can you not kick up the stones in the peg, please?
There's Bobby.
Yeah, that's the wind. It's not where we are. We can't feel the wind too much, but... Well, I can't feel it too much because we're sheltered in the peg. But there's plenty of wind going on out there. That left-hand rod will beep in a minute. Because of the... I'm tempted to bring that right-hand rod in and change that rig.
How's
Hmm?
What's the time?
Or have another go at casting it over there. It's not... I don't feel it's working for me there. Definitely. Yeah, sure.
Why is this thing so long? It's a really weird.
Well, let's try and get this over on that left-hand side. Ah! So there's a pike, and it's just followed that dead bait all the way in.
Oh yeah.
So I've just put it in front of it, and he's on. He's on. So, can you come the other side, son? The other side. Okay.
No.
We can't do that.
Oh yeah.
We can't do that.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Can you step over the rods, please? It's like a little comedy shop. Lift it out, please. Yeah. So that pike. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Can you get the other camera from by the hook's come out already? So put that on the net. Oh. There we go. Just get these hooks out. So that pike had followed that dead bait all the way in. Can you just lift that rod up and move it, please? The excitement. That's it, lift it up. There we go. And then right, now can you get the camera, please? Can you get the camera? Phone camera. Look, just put it back in the water for a minute. There's only a little pike. It's followed that dead bait all the way in. And just as I've brought it up, I've seen it. The phone, son. Yeah. It won't work with your gloves on. Take your glove off. You take a picture. Okay. You take your glove off. It's all very exciting all of a sudden. All good?
Yeah.
So,
Wait, do I put...
yeah. So here's our first pike from Orchid Lakes. Kneel down, please. It's just a little slippery pike. You back far enough? Are you back far enough? Are you back far enough? Yeah?
I'm done.
You're done? Excellent. So, we need to remember that when we're bringing in.
No, you need to see the photo first.
I need to
Put
put
the water back in.
I need to put the fish back in the water first. Well, is that, yeah, that's fine, son.
And that.
So, there we go. Just followed that dead bait in. I just saw him as I was bringing it out.
Right, now let's get to the next one. So it's not going for it when let's toss it in and then pull it back out.
I don't think that's the method for success, son, to be honest. So, all the action. All the action. Now you hear and you read a lot about fish following the bait all the way in, and that's a perfect example of it. So I'm still going to cast it over to the left hand side. I'm going to try and get it near to those reeds, which I think is going to give us a better chance. It's that branch I'm worried about.
Now reel it back in.
So that was a classic dobbing for pike, I think I'll call that. And then I'll bring that left hand rod in now and turn that camera off. And we'll take the lead off that left hand rod and see if we can cast that dead bait further in. But based on what just happened, I am going to reel that in. Oh, I reeled it into some weed. I'm going to reel that in at a pace that any following or chasing pike could intercept. So under here is a bait. Keep an eye on that float.
We didn't weigh it.
£6, £7, something like that. I would still put that in the baby fish category. So I'm going to take this lead off to reduce the weight a little bit and try to cast this even further or close to these reeds. And I think I am just going to try and walk along the bank a little bit to do that. There's a tree here. I think that is perfect. So, if I wanted to check, am I going to catch in the margins? That's the cast that's going to tell me. because that's exactly where that dead bait's gone. Right in the margin on that left hand side. And I suspect it's already stuck in the weed. It's going to require a pike to pull it out. Okay, I'll reset. So that was a lot of action. Our first pike from Orchid Lakes has been caught. And I dobbed it, for want of a better explanation. So when you take the picture, the idea is to get me in the middle and you're in front of me, not to the side. That's not what you did. So that's it. Son. So instead of that being straight on you, it's to the side. And it should have been up, not along. It should have been up. Okay? So I teach him photography. And oh well. So, where are we? One pike in. So we successfully caught ourselves our first pike. Can I have that tackle box, please, then? So we've caught our first pike from Orchid Lakes. Ironically, I dobbed it, and I'll make a little video of it. As I was bringing in the float rod, just as I was about to lift the bait out of the water, or just as I lifted the bait out of the water, I saw a pike had followed it into the margins, and despite, you know, being constantly told, you know, when I'm fishing for predatory fish, make sure I'm paying attention right underneath my feet. So I lifted it up, saw the pike was there, and the pike had just sort of turned around. So I flicked the rig back in front of the pike, and it couldn't resist it, and it grabbed it. So not a very dramatic battle, and it was over in a couple of seconds. I think my partner got a bit excited with the netting process, netting the fish on the wrong side and then falling into the other rod, which was quite comical. Despite me saying about, you know, we must make sure that we're nice and calm today. So much for calmness. But it was good. We got the fish in. It spat the bait out. In the landing net. It may not even ever have been hooked, to be honest. But yeah, there we are. We're back out fishing again. I've taken the lead off the left-hand rod. I've chucked the bait right in the margin. This right-hand rod continues to want to drift with this float. So I'm going to change that rig on the right-hand side, Lewis. And we'll swap that rig over because I want it against this far bank margin. Huh? I know. You're probably thinking that means the pike's going to follow it in straight away, and you will get to reel it in. You're going to reel it in slowly, okay? But I am just going to sort out the rig first, so just hold on, please. So rig's pretty simple. Just using the lead that I am going to attach to a run rig. So the line can move freely up and down the rig. The lead can move freely up and down the line, I should say. And the next thing I need to make sure that I've got with me, and now it's looking like I don't, is a pack of beads, which I do have. Oh, there's two on the rig anyway. So that's all I need. I need a pair of scissors. And let's switch that rig over. Okay, if you could wind that right hand rod in, please, son. Slowly. This is something we need to always remember now when bringing in these baits. Not quite that slowly, son. Is make sure that we really pay attention as the bait gets to the edge. If you stand up, then you've got a better chance of seeing a following fish. And if there is a fish following, all you're going to do is stop winding, okay? Okay? So just as it is now, you can see him bringing that in really slowly. I don't know how far that pike had followed it in from. And if you just completely stop when you can see it right in front of you. That's it. Just bring it in now, son. Lift it out. He's watched a talk with Des Taylor. He's going to tell him to bring it left and right, but there's no fish following that. There's no fish following that, my son. So if you could lift it out, please. Swing it over towards me. Let's make this rig adjustment. All I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that. I'm not even going to... What's that?
The fish look back.
So we're just going to cut that off. There. Keep the bead. That's the little float that we were using. So if you pass me that line, can you... No, you're not gonna get it because your arm's not long enough. And then open the bait runner so the line comes down. I've got to pull it back to where this bead is. I've got to pull it to here. With your hands, son, not your feet, please. I'll cut it off there.
But I'm gonna go and together.
It's wandered off. Right, what am I doing? Right on there. And the bead. I'll tie this back on, then take the lead off. Tie a full blood knot, I think, on this. Through there and through there, pull that down. Put on that tag end. Pull that nice and tight. Trim that off. And I can go and pull that bead down on top of that. Just there. And then I'm going to take that leader off that run ring and just cast that bait on its own as close as I can to that far bank. skillfully into my other rod. So my son has decided to go wandering down to the location where the left-hand rod is. No doubt spooking any fish that might have been in the area. But I can't blame him. I didn't realise where he'd gone. Let's just tighten that left one up, that right hand one up a bit. Bit more than that. And then I'll just tighten that left hand one back up.
Where that was a foot, just jumped.
Where was that, sir?
Just where the reeds are, in the middle of the two willows.
Was it?
About a metre through.
Okay, well we've got both the... That's where I've got the line. So we'll just tidy up this bit of rig. And... fingers crossed.
15.
What's that?
It's been 15 minutes.
Yeah. So, let's hope it goes in the next 15 minutes then. Rig box all tidied up. A bit of rubbish. And can you put that loop from the unhooking mat just underneath that chair for me? Thank you. So I'm not too sure how much of an edit I'm going to be able to make of that. No, I'm right. Make of that catch with all of the commotion that went on. So we've got the left-hand rod right down the margin, and it is tight on the inside margin. And then we've got that's the left-hand rod, and the right-hand rod is cast over towards the reeds in between the two willows. I'm a few metres off the bank. I could chuck it a bit closer. It's a bleep on the left-hand rod. I don't know if that's the wind or not. The line looks pretty tight. Can you get up, please, son? You don't need to be trying to jump off the floor if it suddenly goes off. So yeah, the line on that left-hand rod is relatively tight. Oh no, it's not that tight actually. There's a bit of slack in that. But we'll see, I'm confident now. Our first proper trip trying to catch a pike. We caught a pike, even though I used a dobbing technique to catch it. After the fish had followed the bait in on the float rod. But asking my son to get off the floor, he just instantly jumps on the floor again.
There's a rock.
Oh, okay. You're not going to grab that rod. We're going to learn from last time. You've got 10 minutes. So if you just join us, we're pike fishing live today, Sunday the 12th of March. We're at Orchid Lakes in Dorchester. And we've had one pike and one other run that unfortunately didn't materialise into a fish. I think we're a bit too keen. We're fishing dead baits. We've tried fishing some artificial lures in the swim to no avail. But we're just out on 2 dead baits. Left hand rod is up the left hand margin and the right hand rod is over to the far bank towards a reed bed, which I think is holding some small fish. There was a grebe that was diving in that area quite extensively this morning, so I'm confident that there's plenty of silverfish over that way, or could well be some silverfish over that way. So I'm quite confident of getting another fish today now. Interestingly, the fish that I did caught, it was kind of a comedy catch. I brought the float rod in, pulled the bait out of the water, then noticed the pike had followed it in. So I dropped the bait just in front of the pike's face, and it was unable to resist and grabbed it. I'm not 100% sure that we even hooked the fish. The hooks came out, no problem in the net, so I think the fish just had hold of the bait while we were able to net it, which my son did professionally on the wrong side of the rods. But I think that was all the excitement of of what was going on. But we caught, I think maybe with some expert editing, we can make a little 20-second video out of that. Or maybe we just leave it as it is. It's a nice little comedy video. Just going to put that other camera stand away while because we don't need it today. Is it that bit? You think you just have to unscrew it? No, I think, oh yeah, unscrew and fold. Don't need that camera stand today. So it's all working out live stream wise. The connection is holding out better than it did last Saturday, so that's good. I think there was an issue with Vodafone and the iOS update.
I don't think anyone's watching.
There's a microphone right here, so even if you whisper, it comes out. Yeah, so it's okay. But people might watch it later. If you look at the other videos, then people watch them after we finish them.
The live.
Yeah, they're live streams, yeah. Kate, you have got 5 more minutes and then you need to head off. Otherwise you won't make the car park in time. Just going to leave this here for a second. Right, all back on. I need to remember, I should have made a thumbnail before we came today. I need to put that on the preparation list before we come, that I need to make a thumbnail for the video.
5 minutes. Where's that? The rings?
The right hand rod? Yeah, over towards the reed bed. Without the lead on it, just the straight, just the fish. Can you just wind a little bit of that? No, no, don't. Just turn the spool. So it does it up, not down. That's it. So the bobbin's the same height as the other one. And push the bobbin forward. Yeah, you got it. Bit more. No, other way. That's it. Have one more cast of the lure rod. No, actually don't. You got like 2 minutes. I can't believe you ran around there where the baits are to try and spook any fish that might be there.
No, I tried to get the fish.
Right, you got one cast. One cast that takes 1 minute to bring it in, otherwise you won't make it.
It's not quite a swell. There's a big vibration.
Yeah, it's weed. So that's it, you're done. You need to get off. Otherwise, but
She hasn't drifted past it.
off you go. Can you pull it to the other one? Okay, wind it to that one. Yeah, okay. Can you... Yeah, I don't think there's anything else you need to take. Just you. See you later. adding that over here. So I'm better able to grab that should I need to. And I think it might be time for another cup of tea. So we're just at quarter past 1. I need to be off the venue for 6. I need to give myself an hour and a bit to pack up and get back to the car and get out. So I've got another 3 hours at this. We've had one pike already, and one take that didn't turn into a pike. I'm going to watch the footage back again. I think I was a bit too keen. But we'd had a couple of bleeps, then it had gone tight, then it dropped back. I think it was a bit too early. And then the pike we actually caught was a bit of a comedy, really. I'd brought the float rod back in, dragging the dead bait behind it. Just as I lifted it out of the lake, I see this pike, about 6 or 7 pounds, had followed the bait in, and then in true match angling dobbing style, very quickly dropped the bait back in front of the fish's face, and it wasn't able to resist and grabbed it. I'm not even sure I hooked the fish. I think the fish just grabbed hold of the bait, and then we netted it, and that was that. So I'll get that up into a little edit of the fishing trip. We're at my son's just nipped off, but we're at Orchid Lakes today in Dorchester. It's a carp fishery, but it's got a good head of pike in it, and that's what I'm doing today. My first proper session trying to catch pike, I would say. I've had a few hours on the Thames with a couple of lures and a jig head, trying to catch some jacks, which I did at the end of last year, around October time. But then I thought, we'll come here. It's not too far from where we live, and try and catch some bigger pike on dead baits and see how it turns out. So that's what we're doing today. We've had one pike and one run. So my left-hand rod is up the left-hand margin. We're in the corner of the lake here, and there's an inlet right at the end, and the bailiff said he often sees fish milling around there, so we thought we would give it a go here today on his recommendation. We've caught, so that's a good recommendation in my books. So yeah, we've got one rod up on the left-hand margin, and I've got one rod over towards the far bank in between the two willow trees on the far bank, just to the left there. And yeah, quite enjoying it. It's nice and relaxing. Drunk most of a flask of tea, and I'm anxiously awaiting the next bite, I think. Could it be a 28 pounder, 30 pounder from Orchid Lakes? I'd like to think so. Setup today's pretty simple, extremely simple now. I've taken the leads off as well. I've just got a set of treble hooks and a dead bait. That's it. The big old dead baits. Must be 6-7 ounce baits, I would like to think. Maybe 8 ounce baits. And yeah, I was casting them earlier with the lead on as well, and I'm not used to casting weights quite that large. so it felt a bit awkward. So I've taken the leads off to reduce the weight a little bit, and cast it out without. But everything's working pretty well today. The stream's doing a great job. This is the second part of the stream today. We fished for 2 hours, and then we pulled these rods in, tried a couple of lure rods, and then afterwards that went on a little bit of a walk up the lake, checking around some lures, to no effect. And then I did this is part 2, back at base camp, as it were. So yeah, all working pretty good. The issue I had last week with the Wi-Fi and the hotspot, I think I can try and fix that by connecting the phone directly to the laptop, which I think should make that better. I don't have a spare USB port on the notebook, so I'll have to use an adapter, and then they can sometimes have issues with passing video through adapters, but I'll give it a go in the week, see if I can make it work. If I can, then that'll make that even better, because that does cause a bit of not difficulty, it just takes a long time and a lot of long time for the notebook to see the hotspot, and a lot of turning Wi-Fi's on and off. It doesn't feel quite right. So let's see, but yeah, I'm confident for another take, and I've really cast that left-hand rod close to that margin. It might be too close, I don't know. But the fish is definitely smelly, and if a pike wants it, I think a pike's going to come for it. And I just need to give it a bit of time. So I'll leave it out for another 6 minutes or so, I think. And then I'm going to give the left-hand rod a recast. I might have managed to cast it directly into no man's land. And it may be sitting in on a reed 6 inches deep. Well, they're saying that. I think that hungry pike's going to come and grab that anyway. I'm certainly liking the idea of doing this more often, even if not for pike, for carp. It's a fantastic venue, so it would be wrong if I didn't try and catch some large carp. I might be spoilt for choice really this season. So now I did, with a dead bait that came off, I can still see that dead bait just down there. And then there were now I chucked a couple of tails in this left-hand side, and they've clearly gone. So that's interesting. I chucked them in a few hours ago in this left-hand margin just down here, and they've gone. And I wonder if I'm trying to cast too far, you know? Too far. Interesting, the one to the right's still there, but those tails that I chucked in this left-hand side, which were clearly sitting on the weed, they've gone. So something's had them. So we're just going to bring this left-hand rod back in and decide what I'm going to do with it. I can see it all the way down there. I feel like I'm bringing it in like a lure now. I've got a nice stick to bring with it. Just clean that bait up a little bit more. Still good though. Must be absolutely stinking by now. So I think maybe I'm just going to work my way down this margin a bit more, or do I try and launch it towards that tree on the left? I think this is going to land me straight in that tree if I'm not careful. Okay. That's not really why I tended to chuck that at all. But I like that. So I'm going to take that right rod off and make that the right rod, as you do. It's making a bit of a grinding noise, that rod. It doesn't sound quite right at all to me, but just see if anything wants to follow that in. I don't think so. If a pike hit that now, I think I'd just laugh. So where we're going to put this one. I think I want to just throw this one a little bit shorter up this left-hand bank. My gut instinct is to try and chuck it as far down as possible, but on the basis that I think those tails have disappeared, I think I'm just going to give this sort of a lazy little chuck. Right, let's drop that in that margin there. So we're going to give that an hour. That's on that left-hand margin. And yeah, just put shallow. If it's a great spot, but we'll leave it there. And I'll just tighten this one up then. That is more towards that willow. On that left-hand side. And we are just after past, and all reset. So time for a cup of tea. So I've got the left hand rod up the left hand margin in what feels like a couple of feet of water. Save a little bit of tea. And the right hand rod is over to that willow. I'll just show you where that's all gone on this camera here. So the left hand, so that's where the end of the lake is. This is left hand rod I've put just in there on this near bank margin, and that other rod has gone out there just by the corner of that willow. Not quite on the corner of it, it's a few metres away, but essentially it's over by that willow. Just get the rods there. Can't quite see, I'll just turn that round. I don't know how much you can see, not enough. So I will tilt that up a bit. Drop that down a bit more. In fact, what I've got to do is get it on my phone, haven't I? Then I'll be able to see. Right, let the lag catch up, and I'll be able to see if I'm in a good place. Yeah, not quite, not quite. Need to aim it up a little bit more. Is there a better view then? Okay. Not sure. I think what I'll do is I'll change to oh. Not that one. That one. I think we'll go back down. Drama will unfold. Bay of the lake. This is the corner of the pike that I've had was about £7, £6 maybe. Just a little jack. I was actually bringing in one of the rods. I had a dead bait under a float, and just as I lifted it out of the water, I spotted the fact that a pike had followed all the way back in and was sitting in the margins. And then true matchman style, I thought I'd dob that fish. And I grabbed it. I'm not even sure that I hooked it, but we caught it. Bit of a comedy with the landing net, but we caught it, unhooked it. That's all good. Got it back, took a few pictures, and I've just recast the rods. Left-hand rod is just up this left-hand margin, and the right-hand rod is over to a willow on the left. I've put it up the margin because I threw a few fish tails in the margin on the left hand side, just close to me, and they're gone, and they certainly weren't gone earlier. They were resting on top of the weed, so that makes me wonder if there's fish just patrolling up and down this margin. So I've chucked the rod in close on the left hand side, so we'll see if it produces anything. I'd love it if it did. This is the first proper pike fishing trip I've ever been on. First time ever I've used a set of treble hooks, and I've had one fish and had one run, so in many ways I'm delighted with that. I would love to have had another fish, so my son could have caught one. But it was just sort of the way it worked out. I had the rod in my hand at the time, and otherwise he would have had first dibs on fish today. But yeah, got a few hours left. So a few hours. Go till 4:30, so 3 more hours. I've got plenty of baits. Although I'm just gonna, as long as I can put the hooks in these baits, I'm gonna continue to use them. They must be stinking up the place nicely. And I'm feeling pretty confident. Son took a couple of pictures of the fish earlier, so that'll go up on my Instagram tonight. And I also turned on the GoPro on my chest, so we should have a little bit of footage of me catching the fish. It was quite comical. I discussed with my son that we would net the fish on the right hand side of the rods. That's where we put the unhooking mat. And he tried to net the fish under the rod, and then realised it wouldn't work. Then he's knocked a rod off the rest. It was hilarious, but he enjoyed it. He enjoyed seeing me catch one. And the next time we come pike fishing together, he'll be first in line for any fish that gets hooked, which will be great. Although it might be a while, this could be the last weekend. I don't know. I'll speak to the fishery manager and check the forecast. But after today, I've got an urge to try and come back next weekend, even if it's for a few hours, weather permitting. And also need to come back to the venue and go carp fishing here. This is it's a famous fishery. It's got fish over £40. It's got a lot of fish over £30. I think it may be 30 fish over £30 or something crazy like that. So I definitely fancy a little bit of carp action here during the year. And it's a day ticket water, and you can do days and nights. The swims are all beautiful. I had a walk around on Monday with one of the bailiffs, just having a chat about the venue. And it looks absolutely gorgeous now, and I'm sure that in the middle of summer it's going to look absolutely fantastic. I could quite happily hook into some big carp on this venue, I think. And that would bring a nice variety to the stream, I think. So that's the plan. Outside of that, I've got a busy year planned. I want to go plenty of matches this year. I need to return to Willow Park, having not fished there for 20 years probably. I grew up fishing that venue, and I'm keen to return and fish there. And this is also the year of the Thames. We just moved to Abingdon, and there's a lovely stretch of River Thames. There's a lot of fish to be caught around Abingdon Lock. On that stretch, there's barbel in the stretch, there's carp in the stretch. So I'm keen to, in the summer, get these rods down the river, see if we can catch ourselves some barbel and some carp, and even some pike. But I think there's a busy time on the Thames coming, and potentially, if I can get on the waiting list, maybe even try and get to fish the Thames Festival. The only thing I'm without, and that's a fish that's just topped out there. Interesting. So just to the right of that willow tree, a fish is just topped. No idea what the fish was, but definitely a fish that topped. So yeah, the only thing I'm missing in order to be able to fish the Thames, from a match point of view, is I need a platform, and a new pair of chest waders. So if I fix that, there could be some matches on the Thames on the horizon. I'm currently a member of Sutton Courtenay Angling. They do matches regularly on there. I just don't fancy it right now. I don't know enough about fishing the river to want to fish it in the winter. It's got a hell of a flow on it, and there's a lot of blanks. It's full of fish. You see that from the Thames Festival. There's a good angler that fishes it by the name of John Arthur, and he puts his videos up on YouTube of the 3-day festival each year, and so there's like a back catalogue of at least 9 videos to watch at the Thames Festival, and there's plenty of fish to be caught and plenty of pike. River carp would be nice. Never caught a river carp before, and yeah, we will broadcast as much as we possibly can. 4G dependent, 5G dependent. There's another fish there. Interesting. And but failing that, we'll just record it offline and see if we can make some nice edits of some day trips out. So just quick time check. It's 1:45. I said I'd give it half an hour, but I think I might leave it for longer. These edge rigs. I'm very happy with where the baits are, to be honest. So I think I might leave them for a full hour before I look to cast anywhere else. And I think if I do cast anywhere else, a right-hand rod might go towards the willow on my right. It's quite shallow, but I'm not sure that's going to bother a pike. So yeah, busy year ahead in terms of fishing. And it should all be broadcast live here on the fishing stream. That's the plan. That is the plan. I'm just thinking it would be definitely nice to get back to Gold Valley on the Middle Lake, fishing shallow with casters, catching F1s one a chuck. Can't wait for that this year. And I'm also going to see, I've got to just check if I'll be able to record my efforts at the pole fishing masters at Tunnel Barn Farm. Everything should be alright with that. I will just check with Tom to see if that's okay. There might be some small print that says it's not, but I suspect it'll be fine. And that should be fantastic in terms of some big competition action, top class anglers, and me fishing that 3-day event in June. So yeah, I think the more I think about it, I might actually be able to produce a calendar, or at least some high level details of where I'm going to fish for this year, and the techniques that I'm going to be looking to do. This is quite good. I'm going to fish the Thames. I'm going to fish more here at Orchid Lakes. I'm going to try and get a ticket for Dorchester Lake, which I think has got a huge stocking of tench in it, which will be fantastic. going to go back to Willow Park, the place where it sort of all began, and do some sessions there. Maybe a match or two. Plenty of Gold Valley, as I would say my resident home, although I haven't match fished it a lot outside the match last week, but on and off for the past 30 years I've done plenty of fishing at Gold Valley, and we'll do again this year. And at Royal Berkshire Fishery, I want to get back to there, see Bradley, fish for some F1s. There's some lovely pegs at Royal Berkshire. I'm going to fish actually 3 ways. I want to fish for some big carp in Lake 1. I want to fish for some big perch in Lake 1. And there's some fantastic sport in Lake 2. There's a peg, I can't remember, it's down the causeway between Lake 2 and 3 in the summer last year, I think it may have been, or the year before, where the carp were literally climbing out the lake to eat the bait. And I remember I laid an 8mm pellet right in the grass, just in the water, but in the grass, and this double figure carp just came up and grabbed it. That was fantastic. That'd be great sort of stuff to get on camera. So back to Royal Berkshire, and then a smattering of other places. I want to do at least a day at Old Berry Hill. It's a bit of a drive. But I want to do 2 days at Old Berry Hill. I want to have one day on, I think it's Milton Pond, which is all tension crucian. I want to do one day there, and I want to do one day on the big lake, specifically fishing the feeder for bream. Although, if the bream are as big in this lake as I'm led to believe, then I may just do some more days here fishing the feeder. Yeah, that could be a thing. It's very peaceful here. I'm right on the junction of the main road and the road into Dorchester. It's just right on the corner of the lake here, so it was a bit noisy. There was a leaf blower going for quite a lot of the morning. But now it's pretty calm. I can hear the birds. The red kites are nesting in the pine trees to my left. I can see them flying around with bits of sticks, making new nests. And I'm watching this grebe on the far bank. And he's worked that far bank all day. He was on the willow in front of me earlier. Then he moved down to the reeds. Now he's moved up to the other big tree. He's working all the way along that bank, which is why I'm thinking it'd be great, but I can't cast a bait that far. I don't believe. I could cast a 24-gram method feeder that far, but I'm not sure I can chuck an 8-ounce dead bait that far. It's a little bit heavy. Yeah, he's diving and diving and diving along that far bank margin. So there's certainly fish there to keep him entertained. think it's time for a lucky bag of hula hoops. Excuse the noise. Just noticed he's back to diving under that willow again. And he's got another fish. It's coming up to 2 o'clock. I have just over 2.5 hours to go. If I was a pike and I was in this peg, where would I want to be right now? Got that left hand rod up this left hand margin. In relatively shallow water. And got the right hand rod over to the willow on the left. But I have got quite a lot of other water to chuck at. I could try and chuck towards the far bank straight in front of me, although I think it's a bit too far. I could chuck it towards my right. Towards this willow on the right. A little bit of me says, but if that was holding fish, then why is the grebe for the third time going back to that willow? He's not been over here at all. Try and have another cast further into that corner, because I'm pretty sure we spooked a fish. Well, it was a fish we spooked as we walked around, right up in the reeds on that left hand side. But it's a long cast and it's an awkward cast down the left hand side. I said that about that grebe, he's not come on the right at all, but he's naturally working his way out to the middle of the swim here, or right over there. So I'm not too sure where the grebe's off to. Not this willow by the look of it, so I'm not too sure. Where am I going to chuck these baits next time, or leave them where they are, you know? It's an interesting thing, and it's why I don't watch lots of videos straight off the bat before I come fishing to a venue or do something slightly different. I want to try and, have a think about it. What does my watercraft tell me? Where are those pike laying? Where are those silverfish going to be? And everything tells me that there'll be silverfish amongst these reeds on my left hand side. So I expect pike to be there. So we will see. Got a couple more hours at it. 2.5 more hours. 2.5 hours more before we have to call time on the session. Session's already a victory. Venue's lovely, stream's held out, we've had a fish on the bank. So from that respect, it's already good, but I would like to get another one, and I would like it. It would be fantastic if I could get what I thought was a double. I've got a set of scales with me, but it would be great to get me a bigger fish. They're certainly in here. But I am unsure of just about where. It's nice, this peg, the wind's completely off my back. It might be a bit chilly if I was over there, to be honest, today. But I also like the idea of that peg over there, the entrance to this bay. I also like the look of that next weeping willow. Come on, pike. I'm ready for you. last time you made an appearance. Where are you going to be, Pike? Let's change that view. Straight on action on the rods. I've got the camera a little mount at the back. Just working well. Very relaxed in my chair here, to be honest. I could absolutely fall asleep. It's interesting, I can still see that dead bait. That's, I want to say top kit +2. Which is maybe 6 metres out. Makes me wonder if that bait's there. Why did the tails go to my left? But maybe they're just working this left-hand margin. It looks lovely. It is shallow, but the whole lake is shallow. Relatively speaking, I think it's like 5 foot deep at its deepest points. Come on, fish. Looking for some action on this left-hand rod, I think. The one that's up the margin. I don't know why, but that's the one I'm most confident in. But no signs of anything currently. We had one fish on the bank and another run that unfortunately didn't end in a fish. But I'm here at Orchid Lakes in Dorchester. I'm in the peg all alone. I'm in the corner of the lake in a little bay where the bailiff that I spoke to this morning said that he'd seen a few pike and a few pike had been caught. So I jumped on that local advice. But got 2.5 hours to go, and I'm sitting wondering, should I move the baits? But if I do, where do I move them to, you know? I've had a run further up on the left-hand margin. It's an awkward cast. But I think I might have another go at really slinging it up the corner. It might be a bit easier now I've taken the lead off. And I've got the right hand rod over towards a willow, which I think is in a great spot. So So I don't really want to move that rod. I wouldn't know of a better place to put it. It would just be a different place. So yeah, I think we'll do that. We're going to recast the left-hand rod further into that bay. I might cut the bait down a little bit to do it. Actually, I won't do. I'll leave the bait as it is. It's looking lovely. How can a pike not want to eat that today? So I think I'll stand in this corner of this peg. Not where I wanted that, actually. It's a lovely cast, but it's ended up on the willow, and I don't want it on that willow. I want this fish towards that corner. I've managed to plant it over the tree, so hold yourself, folks. A bit of skill there. Third time's a charm. Any pike in the area is long since gone. It's a good cast as well. The trouble, we've just got to try and get it and the cast is good, but the bait's not sinking. Okay. It's definitely working against me now. Right, lead back on then. Makes the cast even more awkward. It's so heavy. Right, let's certainly sunk this down. It's not a bad spot, it's right in the middle of that bay area. Now, because that one's not sunk very well, I'm wondering, but it's trying not to sink. I'm wondering about that right-hand rod. Oh, that's a fish, I think, grabbing that. Okay. Okay, Now the adrenaline's running. I'm going to sit back down for a second. Just going to switch that view. So that left-hand rod just I think that was 3 bleeps. Bobbin's tightened up for sure. I think I'm going to take the bobbin off, bait runner off, and I'm just going to watch the line. I don't want any resistance on this at all. In fact, just let me put that on, put that bait runner back on. So that line is slack. And I think that line is tightening up slowly. I'm certainly no pike expert, but I know you've got to give pike a decent amount of time to pick up that bait, manoeuvre it into a place where they feel they can swallow it. But let's just see. I'm now suddenly not so convinced. I don't know how long that process takes. Could take a while though. I'm prepared for that, but I think I'm gonna tighten back up on that and put that bobbin on. If it goes, it goes. Maybe the fish came along, had a little quick look, dropped it, who knows. Not I. I'm just going to put this right hand rod somewhere different. The way that dead bait is spinning, it's a beautiful lure. Yeah, it just about sinks in the water. I don't know why this other one didn't do it when I cast it in. But yeah, that does it makes me wonder. I'm turning my back to the rods in the anticipation that this left-hand rod is going to go. So I thought I had the bait runner then, which I think is just wishful thinking. So where am I going to chuck this now? I'm going to try and chuck this right out towards that willow in front of me, I think. As much as I can. And really I wanted that further. So I'm going to bring it in and have one more cast of that. It's not really where I wanted it. Sorry, that rig's got tangled. Realising that actually this full dead bait sinks. It's that left hand rod doesn't, because it's three quarters of a bait. That's not quite enough weight. So I think this does sink on its own. Yeah, it does. So let's cast this then. Just feels like I can cast that a bit better. That'll do me. That's a better cast. So it's just off that. Just off that willow. A bit stinky. And I want to see if that left hand one has got the bait on it still, because which it has, based on that weight. Definitely a pike could have had a go at that though. Just tidy it up. I think that's wind on the right hand rod. Try and get this in that corner again. That'll do me. Okay, we're all good. So left hand rod is, let's call it in the middle of the bay to the left, and the right hand rod is out towards that willow in front of me. The right hand rod has got no lead on it, just the dead bait on its own. It's enough to sink, and the left hand rod has got a 3/4 bait, and it doesn't sink on its own, so I've got a 2.5 ounce lead. So I imagine that's, I'm trying to think how that's looking under the water. You know, is that sitting like a pop-up, that left hand dead bait? Not sure, but those are the spots. I've had a few casts around the peg, and I'm prepared to leave that left hand rod there now until I go, and the right hand rod too, I think. So so we'll stay with this. We will stay with this. It'd be good to get a take from this sort of position, you know, where I'm not really in, get a take from a static position and give me a lot of confidence in what I'm doing. Definitely get the feeling there's fish down that left hand side. You know, I've had one little run that was a sort of pick it up, drop it down type thing, and then I've had that bleep 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 that can only be, it could have been a liner. That's an option. That may explain why it didn't go off again, unless it's a supersized crayfish. They're big baits I'm fishing today. I'm not sure of the size. Maybe that's, I'm not sure if that's how you describe pike fishing and dead baits, on, you know, how big the dead bait is, but they are quite a chuck, to be honest. But they've been in the water now for 5 hours. One of those baits 5, the other one a bit less, I think, because we cast one off down here on the right, which I'm not sure I can see anymore. Oh yeah, I can still see it. It's just down that margin. Well, it's not in the margin. It's 5 metres off the bank, but the water's quite shallow there, and I can see that dead bait. The water is crystal clear, so I can see that dead bait on the bottom. And yes, there's got to be a good aroma coming off of those baits now. Let's see. Starting to go a bit grey and overcast and looks a bit horrible. Temperatures dropped down a couple of degrees. That's certainly how it feels. It's still dry, and as long as it stays dry, then we'll keep this up. I didn't bring too much protection for the notebook today. I've got a bag I can put it in if it looks a bit rubbishy. And fold the lid down. In fact, I could pretty much waterproof that laptop. I could just watch for chat and comments and stuff on my phone, so I'll be alright. But hopefully the rain will stay away. I've got 2 hours left, and I don't intend to move those rods from where they are now. Just a single bleep on the left hand rod. Might well be the wind, the bobbins moving around. I'm just watching for any bounces on that rod tip. And more on the right. I'm just thinking I want to also loosen off those bait runners. As much as I can. That one's all the way. That one's all the way. Okay, that's the take on the right hand rod for sure. Okay. There we go. There's a fish. That's a take. So cast it over towards that tree. There we go. And a lot of mess, a lot of splashing around that. Just spat the bait out. Hook's just in that front mouth. That's not big of a much of a hook hold. It's in the net. There we go. That's my slightly bigger than the first, that's for sure. Oh. There we go. That's my biggest pike ever, that is. You are very flippity floppity. Hooks have come out in the net, so I just want to deal with them. If I can. All right, fish. Get that out. Just get that fish back in the water a minute. Get that camera set up. Get it off the chair, I think. So just got a video there, and a quick picture. And I'll weigh it as well. I'm not sure about how heavy these fish go. Doesn't feel that heavy. There we go. Lovely pike from Orchid Lakes. Hopefully that looks good on camera. Oh, it does over there. So we're good with that. I'm just going to put it back and then I'm going to weigh it. And then we'll be done. As everything collapses. Fish is fine, it's back in the water. Let's do it from here. Right, let's have a quick look then. Actually, that's what we'll do. Okay, so fish plus stick. Fish plus stick go $10.58. That's pounds. Get that fish back. And that goes £2. £2? £2 wet. So £8.5. Sort of get me iron in terms of weight. So £8.5, which means yeah, that was about right. The other one would have been about £7 then. Yeah. Whew, fantastic. Let's get myself a weigh sling. Leave that there. Okay, super. Very happy with that. Let's find the baits. So straight out to that same place, I think. Let's pack of baits. Not going to take anything off that. So we use a whole bait. There we go. In terms of my hand, you know, it's a 2 hands worth in terms of distance. That's my inexperienced understanding of how any pike angler would measure baits. So we're going straight up the front. Same again. I'm going to cast it straight out to that tree. Look at this left down one. This left down one's tightened up a little bit. It's close enough, I think. Is it? No. I'm going to bring it in. I want it a bit closer to that tree. Not a terrible cast, you know, don't get me wrong, but there's better. I had to feather that down. That was headed straight for the branches. So, pike fishing live, and we're catching pike. Very successful stream in that respect. Turn that camera off. Right. So, all right. So it was a lovely bite. Bleep bleep, stop. Bleep bleep bleep, stop. Very happy with the way that went. I'm going to change this bait now. Take this lead off and cast this just the same on its own, as far down that corner as I can. I'm going to call it time on this bait. I'm just going to chuck it at the edge here. Don't mean to chuck it quite that much in the edge. It'll be interesting to see if that disappears. Let's get this lid off. And get another bait on here. Now I've opened the packet, I'm not gonna they're not going back in the freezer like that. So there we go. Lovely new bait. It should sink. Interestingly, that bait that I had earlier that didn't want to sink now sinks. And then we'll cast this as much as I can into that bay. That'll do me. And that one's towards that tree. It's not quite as tight on that tree as this one is tight on this tree on the right, but it's certainly going to it's in the zone. Assuming that these fish are patrolling this sort of tree line. Okay. Looking good. So, based on those fish I've caught, based off the fish I've caught before, I'm on a personal best of 8.5 pounds, which is I'm over the moon with that. First time seriously trying to catch some pike, and two on the bank, and importantly, move those forceps. Importantly, one exactly how I wanted it. I'll just leave those on that chair, which is a decent take, and wasn't so opportunistic as the first fish. Weather's looking a bit rubbish, but confidence in the camp is now high. The left-hand rod is out towards, if you can see it, the left-hand rod is out towards that willow on the left, a few metres off of it, just the dead bait on its own, fresh dead bait, and the right-hand rod is towards that willow in the middle, right off the branch actually, so I'm not moving it unless I get a fish. Yeah, very happy with that. Very happy with that. Let's just check what this weather's going to do. If it's going to whip up into rain, I hope not. Rain at 6 o'clock. Well, that's fine because I'll be long gone by 6 o'clock. I will be. Well, I say long gone. That's not completely true. I'll be gone. So we'll carry on. I've got till 4:30, so I've got an hour and just over an hour and a half left. And it'd be great now if I can have a third fish. I'm getting very greedy now, I know. Earlier today it'd be great if I could have a fish. Then I had one but wasn't really happy with how I caught it. Dobbing for pike I don't think is a very professional method. And then we had fish number 2. Proper bite. Felt good about it. Bleep, 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 Fish clearly had the bait and was moving off. I'll just stop because that's just beeped again. I don't know if that's me or the wind. I don't know. Let's pour a lucky cup of tea. That'll make it go off. I haven't got a lot of tea left. It's not mega warm now either. 2 mouthfuls of tea left. We're done. Let's get myself a bigger thermos. So yeah, decent run. Felt happy to pick it up. Struck into it. I think that is just 2 tiny mouthfuls of coldish tea. Right, that's that all done. And yeah, felt much better about that. So now we're on to trying to catch pike number 3. I have more trouble trying to get my GoPro on to record, actually. That's on my chest. So yeah, cast it back out into the same sort of place. I've seen that grebe diving by that willow for a good portion of the day today. So that's where the bait has gone, on that right hand rod on the edge of that willow, and the one on the left is not too far off that willow either. So let's see if anything else can come of it. I would love to catch one on the left hand rod down that edge, or right into that bay. Will give me a lot more confidence at fishing this peg again, and certainly that in that location. I often think that when you fish pegs like this, where you're casting to something, it's a lot easier than just casting to open water. I'm effectively fishing to a far bank feature. I would always be confident that underneath that weeping willow tree it would be holding fish. Gives me confidence about all those willows on that far bank, actually. I would definitely like to come pike fishing again, that's for sure, after today. Anticipation of what could be on the end of that, when that on the end of the rod when the bite alarm goes off, is quite exhilarating. Stream's good. Stream's holding out nicely. 2 hours the first session. Now 3 hours. I'm just over halfway on my power supply, and phone is just under halfway. So I need to remember to bring that USB cable to charge it next time. We've got plenty of power. And we've been going, 5 hours. It's great. It's a nice, good session. So come on, fish. I've got another bait in a packet of open bait. I would love to use that one too. And for that to happen, I need another fish, please. So one of these rods screaming off. just conscious now around both of these rods. I'm fishing full-size baits, and the hooks only go halfway down. So from head to dorsal fin, there's a lot of fish behind that where there's no hook. So I think I will be super cautious around striking anymore, or giving the fish, I don't mean striking anymore, I mean making sure the fish has got adequate time to get that bait in its mouth and not just grabbed hold of the end of it. That's going to be key, I think. Fingers are smelly. Like I've been at the seaside. And confidence is high for a third fish before we have to go. Now, interestingly, my friend the grebe is back. And okay, he's diving outside of the area of the tree, but I suspect he's going to pop up in the tree. Yeah, he's popping up right over where my bait is now. There is a danger that that grebe dives on my bait. Despite the fact it's as big as the fish's neck. I'd rather the grebe had not come back there and was not diving there. He's now diving towards the left-hand tree. I would guess this is the only problem with fishing dead baits. Can't see the grebe, which means he's gone round to the left. Hopefully there's plenty of small fish around there and he's going to fill his belly up. So wasteling is definitely on the shopping list. Needing to take the landing net head off the pole is not a good scenario, really. I didn't think about that too much. So we'll get ourselves a way sling. But if we do catch another one, then that is £2 wet. Okay, 3 o'clock. Hour and a half to go. And I'm looking for a bite. There's the rods. Looks nice. Little fox rod pod I bought in the US. I ended up actually using a setup like this to fish in Florida, and caught shark, redfish, a lot of eels, and rays on the intercoastal. It worked quite well. I think most people in the state were a bit confused about what was going on, whereas a lot of the local anglers would have a metal pole and would have their rods upright. I come along with this sort of rig with bait runners that are screaming off. No one really knew what was going on. It was quite interesting at the time. Catching eels was terrible. They would you'd get bites, there'd be just single bleeps, and all that would be happening is the eel would be sitting there swallowing your bait as far as it could, not moving, just swallowing, and the single beeps were just as the food was going further down, or the bait was going further down the eel's gut. And after you had a few single bleeps, it was clearly an eel bite, and you'd bring it in and they'd spin the trace up completely. And a lot of times you'd end up just cutting the eel open to get everything back, which was alright. You know, that became food for crabs in the crab traps. So it wasn't all to vain, but I went through quite a lot of steel traces to eels. So, I'm still not sure where the grebe is. I got 2 full baits out with no leads, just the weight of the bait. One to each willow tree on my left and in front. And then we've had 2 fish and another run that didn't work out. But feeling really happy with that. First day of trying to catch some pike. and we've caught some pike. So, you know, how do you want any more than that? I want a bigger pike, but that's a different topic. Just to have caught some pike today is the first step into building some confidence and doing some more pike fishing in the future. Now, there's meant to be rain coming, but it's not meant to come till 6 o'clock. This setup today is slightly different to my match fishing setup. I've got no brollied side tray, although actually thinking about it, I could have brought that and still put the laptop on it. So I'll bear that in mind for the future. But the laptop doesn't want to be outside really. It's doing alright. Now, maybe that's my imagination, but I thought I saw the tip of the right hand rod just move then. Maybe it's maybe that was wishful thinking. I'm just thinking about the pegs have had time to sort of calm down from the splash of the bait going in. I've just seen either a fish top or the grebes topping again on that far bank. If it is the grebe, I do hope that it takes a look at my baits and decides they're too big and doesn't want to have a go. I don't fancy having 2 pike and a grebe. That wouldn't be my ideal run of fish for the day. Sitting right in between the 2 willows. I would quite like it to just, no, it's still diving in the area. So there's definitely fish held in that area, you know. Around that willow, around that reed on the far bank. There's clearly silverfish in that area, you know. Just keep looking out towards that far bank margin where that grebe is, and back to my rods, back to the grebe, back to my rods. Now what I want to think is going to happen, and let's think about this positively, there's a pike in the area, and the pike is aware of the grebe diving. And the pike's looking at my dead bait right now, wondering if it's going to have a go. And the grebe diving is going to encourage the pike to grab it. And how this is going to play out is the grebe's going to dive. My rod's going to scream off. I'm going to worry it's the grebe. And I'm going to strike into a double figure pike. That's what we're hoping for. The terrible scenario is that the grebe dives, my rod screams off, and I strike into it and it's a grebe. Oh, he's got another fish. He's having a great day. I think I've seen him have at least 4 fish. He's got a big one, he's struggling to swallow it as well. Go on mate, you can get it down, yeah? And 20 minutes left. That's it, grebe. I need you to... I'll be very comfortable if you just left the area entirely. Do not dive there, please. Red kite's eyeballed something. He's hovering right over the lake. Now I've seen red kites take fish off the top at Royal Berkshire before. It's fantastic to watch. Okay, grebe's moved off. Come on, pike. Take that bait. Let's be having you. So join me on the back end of my session here today at Orchid Lakes in Dorchester. It's a day ticket, well-renowned day ticket carp venue. It's been closed for a bit, reopened I think last November. Coming here to try and catch some pike today on my first real serious pike fishing session, and we've had 2 fish. One 8.5 pound and one I would say is about 7.5 pound, maybe 6-7 pound. So nothing spectacular, but we've come to catch pike and we've caught pike. First fish came a few hours ago. And it was a little bit unusual. I was reading in the float rod and I didn't notice, but the pike has clearly followed it in. Just as I've lifted the bait out, I've seen the pike, and the pike's turned to swim back towards the centre of the lake. So it was quite reactionary, quite a natural reaction that I've just quickly swung the bait and dropped the bait in front of its face. And it couldn't resist grabbing it. So that was the first pike. And then the second one was much prefer the second bite. It was all nice. The bait was out towards this willow tree. A couple of bleeps and a few more bleeps and a few more bleeps, and took a bit of line, and I was quite happy to strike into it. And that fish was 8.5 pound. So So yeah, very happy. 2 pike on the first pike fishing live session, so I'm very happy with that. I'm not sure when they're going to call it end to the pike season at the venue. It might be, it might well be next weekend, will be the last weekend. I'm not sure. I'll check with the fishery manager. I'll give him a call in the week and just check. If not, I'm going to be keen to come out and do this again next weekend. This has been fantastic. Really chilled. I came with my son. He didn't catch one. I wanted him to come and catch one. And yeah, we've got just over an hour and a quarter left in the session, which will give me an hour and a half to pack up and get out before the gates shut. But I had a great time. Kind of forgotten the fact I'm on a junction of a main road behind me. And I'm fishing in Peg all alone on the venue. And if you go on Google, you can see a little map of the pegs at the venue. So yeah, Peg all alone is where I am. And I would love to get another fish before I have to go. Let's see. So 2 fish, and I've had another run on the left hand side. That was more of kind of what I was expecting. It was a couple of bleeps, bobbin went up, then the line went slack, then it tightened up again. I got the feeling the fish had grabbed the bait and was, manoeuvring it round, and the fish was swimming about. And unfortunately I wound down to that and struck into it, and there was nothing there, but we'll see. I'm quite confident. Those 2 fish plus another run. I'm sure there's plenty more fish in this bay. I don't know if they swim in or whether they're resident. I've watched a grebe diving on the far bank for most of the day underneath that willow and to the reeds to the left of it. He's been quite successful. I think I've seen him have 4 fish. So he's done better than me, but there's clearly a bunch of silvers over on that far bank. I did chuck a couple of fish tails in this near margin earlier. They've disappeared. I don't know what's had them. So I did throw a whole bait down there earlier as I was swapping it over. So I'll be interested to see if that's gone when I get up. But yeah, confidence is high, and I would like one of these rods to go before I got to pack up. That'd be great. Let's maybe switch it to action camera. Let's leave it on there for a bit. I'll get a couple of other shots and pictures of the place. Before I go, actually, I'll take a couple of pictures now of the setup, I think. Okay, the fish is still there. Maybe I'll do some more pictures when I've finished. And so yeah, it's been quite a nice little session. Stream's gone well today, so I'm very happy about that. Well, I just need to nip to the loo quickly. Won't be a sec. How are we doing? Hour and 10 minutes. I feel like time is ticking away. And I don't want it to. I want another fish. I'm not sure about pike feeding times. I don't know if they're dawn and dusk predominant feeder. I suspect that they are. If that's the case, you know, we're just coming to just before 2 hours till dark. It's dark just after 6 now, I think. So another 40 minutes and we'll be inside that 2 hour window. Just imagine that the pike have been out in the main lake all the day and they're just going to return here to this little bay. And they're going to grace me with their presence shortly. That'd be nice. But like I said, you know, we came looking to catch pike and we've caught pike. So, very happy. Now all I've got to do is come to Orchid Lakes with the intention to catch carp. Because the carp are up to £40 or over £40 in this lake. And there's lots of 30s and that would be insane. That'd be some really nice fish. It'd be great to catch fish like that. As a match angler, you know, I don't fish any venues that have £30 pike, £30 carp in them. But I look forward to fishing this venue for carp later on in the season. Or later on in the year. And that'd be fantastic. And I also want to fish, I've said it, you know, a few times today, I want to come and fish this lake for everything else. You know, I hear of double figure bream and tench pushing the same weights. If those kinds of fish are in here, I'd love to catch them. That'd be fantastic. So, fingers crossed, we've got 1 more hour and there's plenty of time for 1 more pike. Bigger pike, double figure pike. I'm looking for you. I've got 2 tasty dead baits. That will be nicely defrosted at this point. Is that jackery making a bit of noise, is it? Didn't know it had an internal fan on it to cool it down. Maybe it does. It's at 42%, so it's good. It's good for 8 hours, 9 hours in terms of power supply. I've got the laptop plugged in, it's all turned on. Come on, I want these rods to go off. 1 more pike before we go home, please. So chilled out today. It's been really nice. Okay, that is a movement on the right hand rod. That rod tip definitely moved. It's not the wind, I don't feel. So there's 2 single bleeps, and my eyes are fixated on it right now. It's underneath that willow tree on the far bank. When I was casting it in, I had to. There's a heron just coming into land. I had to feather the bait in because it was going to go and land in the tree, judging by where it was going. So it's right underneath that willow, the branches of that willow. You couldn't get any tighter if you tried. So that's where that right hand rod is. And we're going to end up finishing the session today without having really explored to the right hand side at all. There's a willow to my right. It's really shallow underneath it. I suspect the pike is sitting in this bay to my left. You know, it's got irises all the way along it. From me all the way round to the far bank. So from this peg to that willow, it's all irises. There'll be a natural habitat for silverfish, looking for some protection. And I would suspect it's a great hunting ground for pike. I'm cast towards the willow on the left. Not as tight as the one on the right, but still pretty close. I fished a few spots down there, and I must admit I would have expected a bit more action if it was, you know, jammed packed with pike as I want it to be, but still got another hour. I have made quite a lot of noise down that left hand side. Crashing baits in, crashing baits and leads in, you know. Casting in and getting over the tree and having to retrieve it. So, you know, it's not been the most calm of water, which could have spooked fish. So it could be that any fish were there moved out, but the longer I leave that bait in, the less disturbance I make. I feel the more likelihood that fish will come back to that area. But we'll see. Really delighted with the venue. Swims are well dug out. Path's good. Staff super friendly and helpful. Place feels really secure. I like that. And I think the lake will look absolutely gorgeous as we come into spring. I understand there's a nice lily patch in it. I think next time we'll fish out into the main lake, whether that's for carp or for pike. And yeah, I think it's lovely. Orchid Lakes in Dorchester, and we're on the peg all alone. Now, if we could just have another fish. We've got an hour to go before we've got to finish the session today. It's just gone 3:30, and I said I'd fish till 4:30, which will give me an hour and a half to pack up and vacate the premises, which is loads of time, but the more I leave it to the last minute, the more I'm likely to rush and forget something or leave something behind, which I don't want to do. And the rain's coming at 6 as well, according to the forecast, so I don't want to hang around. But we've got an hour to go. If I can have a fish in the next 30 minutes, I would appreciate it. I've got to favour that right hand rod again. I've already had a run from it. That's where the greave's been hanging out all day. It's giving me some confidence that it's the right spot. And then I've got the left hand rod, not produced anything, but it's teased with a run and looks really nice down that left hand side. So as twilight comes, you know, as you start to move towards the end of the day, thinking that pike might be on the hunt, I think that's a fantastic place that they can check out. Stream wise, everything's been brilliant. We're just coming up to hour 4. Yeah, nearly hour 4. This is the second part of the stream. We did 2 hours, and then we brought these rods in and we tried to work the swim with some lure rods, which we did. Then, you know, nothing, and then we moved up, fished in a couple of swims on this left hand side or in front of me, and to no avail. And after about 45 minutes of that, we came back here and then put these rods back out. So, streams held up well. Hopefully Vodafone have fixed their issues with the iOS update, the trouble that I had last week, and then I think I can do even better and try and connect it via a USB cable, so we'll see about that. And try and make that work too. I'm just going to stop the recording and then carry it on. I don't want to lose the recording. If it doesn't finish, it'll lock up on the hard drive. So I'm just going to hit that button. And then back again. So that's all good. So now I've got definitely caught the fish on the recording, so I can make a nice edit of it afterwards. And I've got some footage on this other GoPro that's on my chest as well, so that'll be good. Come on, pike. I know you're on the hunt. Two extremely tasty dead baits. That unhooking mat is nearly dry. It's definitely time I caught another fish. I'm just looking out towards that coot and that grebe. If I didn't know better, I would say that coot just spooked some fish up in the water. I guess that may have been carp. I'm just looking out towards that grebe. I can't see well enough to say that that's bubbles just there by the grebe, but it could well be. So I wonder if there's a few carp milling about in the swim. I'm not sure they want my dead baits, but certainly some signs of activity. Now the grebe's coming back again to emotionally and mentally terrorise me, to make me think it's going to pick my baits up. Grebe, I do not want to catch you, let's be clear. Those baits are far too big for you. Please do not attempt to pick them up. And it's gone straight on my bait. So, back to the dilemma. Grebe's now in the middle of my two baits. The good end to this story, as I said before, is the grebe dives. I get a take. I get nervous thinking it's the grebe and it's not. It's actually a double figure pike, or better. The terrible end to the story is it is the grebe, and I have to deal with netting and unhooking. The interesting thing about that process will be not unhooking the grebe. That wouldn't be a problem. The difficulty, if you are unfortunate enough to hook any wildfowl, is the fact that they tend to try and jump out the landing net. Well, that might be a bit easier with one of these big carp nets, but on the rare occasion I have caught a bird before, or a duck, that's generally the challenge. I caught a seagull once. I remember I was casting out, and I think I was fishing a bomb and pellet. Just as you do. Went to cast out, fired the pellets out, went to cast over the top of it. Seagull comes down, swoops straight into my hook bait, and starts flying away with it. That was an interesting afternoon out. Got it in, netted it, unhooked it. Gave it a few words of advice and then sent it on its way, but I don't fancy hooking the grebe, and hopefully it looks at my baits and decides they're not worth it. It seems to want live fish. I don't think it wants to have this lump of dead fish from the bottom, hopefully not. So, time check. Nearly lost another quarter of an hour, under an hour now. I hope it's not in vain. I am looking to catch. I can't start to pack up because the trolley that I've used, I've got the laptop standing on it and one of the cameras standing on the trolley, so it prevents me on packing anything up. Not that I've got a lot to pack up. Rod in the rod pod, rods in the net bag, in the rod bag. Bunch of bits and bobs on the trolley and away I go. So it's not going to take long to pack up, but I would like to catch another fish. So I've had a slow run earlier today, a couple of bleeps, and the line went slack, another bleep, like slack line. So I've had a run like that, unfortunately that didn't end in a fish. The one I had earlier was very nice, a couple of bleeps, took some line, a couple of bleeps, taking some line, clearly a fish moving away with my bait in its mouth. That was kind of nice. I'm looking for two other types of bite. I'm looking for a big drop back as the fish grabs the bait and swims towards me, and I'm also looking for an absolute screamer where the fish grabs the bait, feels the hooks, and absolutely tears off at pace. I'm looking forward to both of those types of bite if the fish would oblige. I would appreciate it. That'll kind of make my day. It's a bit of a shame I've run out of tea and food. Guess I could always chow down on one of those dead fish like Gollum, couldn't I? Don't think it would be tasty fishies, to be honest. I could just put my head back and shut my eyes and fall asleep, I think. That'd be quite dangerous to do today. "45 minutes. Let's go, fishies." if you do like to hunt towards the end of the day, now's a good time to do it. Come on, fish, one more pike. It'd be good if I kind of get it in the next 15 minutes, then I've got time to catch it, net it, weigh it, photograph it before the session ends. I don't really want to be doing that last minute. And despite my statement, I could actually start packing up in a minute, because that rain is looking a bit horrible. Dead blake's still in the edge. Yeah, let's see what we can start sorting out here. I'm not going to need this by the end of the day now. It's all done. And I can just put my phone there and relocate that all there. I think that'll be fine. Put that camera there. It's a nice view of the lake. Because that rain, the clouds are looking a bit yucky, and there's no need for me to get caught in the rain today. And maybe it will stimulate a bite. Right. I was wondering if that was my imagination and that right hand bobbin had moved. But if it wants to scream off, then I'm not going to object. Yeah, I can just feel that rain in the air, as if it's a good idea to start packing up. It's been a really enjoyable session. First proper pike fishing session I've gone on, and had 2 fish on the bank, so delighted with that. Not much more I can pack up at this point. Everything else is pretty much rods and camera equipment. As I've got up there, I can feel that starting to get cold, really cold actually. Oh. A little bit warmer. Just get that all ready. I don't think we're going to use this other dead bait, so I think we'll just chuck that in the margin here. Note to self, I need to bring a spare. I actually then go back in that bag. Spare carrier for dead bait packaging. So how are we for time? Just coming up just before 4 o'clock. Yeah, just coming up to 4 o'clock. I'm impatiently awaiting the arrival of another bite. But I have one eye on the clouds and the understanding that the rain is coming. And despite my desire to fish on, I think I will stop at 4 o'clock. It's a great day, for sure. Leave that net. For a second. Take a couple of shots of the rods, looks quite nice. Before I end off the day. All the while putting those lure rods to go around. Lure rods? Lure rods. All the while taking a picture of those lure rods. Wishing the other rods to go around. Right, what have we got? A couple of minutes. And then what I can do is I can pack all the video equipment away, end the stream, and if I do catch another fish, I've still got the GoPro on my chest, and that'll stay there, and I'll leave it on all the way back to the car. So I should be able to record any last minute action with no problem. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my first session. In fact, I'm going to actually, I'll end it with me bringing the rods in. We'll do a slow retrieve. I just need to take that reel apart. Oh, why that's making that grinding noise. So yeah, let's just do a slow retrieve, sink and fall. A slow retrieve on this dead bait. In case any unsuspecting pike has decided to follow it into my peg, all the way into my margin. Doesn't look like it. Never mind. So we'll get this rod packed up while the other one's still in. Dealing with treble hooks is certainly an art form. But I think we're all safe. And then the final one, we'll go for the so, I don't know whether it's the water's so clear or the water's so shallow. I can see that dead bait and that one down there. Definitely no mistaking that I've been in the peg today. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm going to sign off. Just get these treble hooks out of that bait. Get that one in the lake. And that'll be it for the day. So, thanks for watching. I will make an edit of the video for the day, and I'll see you on the next one. But I'm just gonna hold on. Let's move that down. Just that again. So, summary of the day: I've had 2 pike on the bank, 1 extra run that unfortunately I didn't manage to connect with. Maybe I struck it too early, I don't know, but I'll rewatch the video and see if there's lessons to be learned. And I'll do a little edit tonight of the video and pop it up on the channel for everyone to watch. Thanks for watching. See you on the next one.